time to start asking people about Ruby.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
This is just like when that man locked himself in the woodshed. We just need to help her out.
No, it's not like that, man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrived by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass.
I see. You know something, but you decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Interesting. Alright, in the meantime, we'll talk to her.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon, I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast. What's on your mind, officer?
Looking for someone.
Oh? Who?
Suspect who might have stayed in this neighborhood.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Very recently, over the past few days. May have arrived on Friday?
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Really?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
Well, that's it.
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
We can ask the homeless people too, obviously, but first let's go check out the apartment. Our shack here.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum.
Listen.
The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
What is this place to you?
Okay. Possible resting spot for my fugitive.
Waves crash onto the beach, drowning the reeds. Far to the south, a congregation gathers to a soup kitchen in a shelter for the homeless. An old woman gives out knitted scarves for free. Far to the southeast, 2 men and a woman dress themselves in ceramic armor. A shortwave radio hisses on the windowsill. One makes a salute, the other downs a drink. Weapons under the bed. A middle-aged man stands in a rundown shack on the edge of a fishing village. Nothing nods. No one salutes him. No sight of the fugitive.
Feels like a cozy hideout.
Who are you talking to? There is no one here. Not even cold.
Thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of a current situation.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Look under the floorboards.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
What's in here?
Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though.
Yeah.
Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea.
Search through the sand.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper.
What is it?
A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet.
Oh.
A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Like your own Villiers pistol, for
This
example.
bullet isn't for a breech loader like the murder weapon.
The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Okay. Let me talk to the homeless people first, see if they can tell me something which I can then potentially use against her.
Tequila Sunset.
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby?
Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
He really has no idea who this Ruby is, sire.
Eh? About him.
The legend!
No, okay. Well, the guy won't say anything. Alright. Well, he will say something, but not answer my questions.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Kids, have you seen any bad people around?
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is gonna crack the case.
Then we're definitely doing it.
I mean, if they said they saw the person, that would help.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Why was there a bullet under the floorboards in that shack there?
Damn that girl.
A bullet? You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
So you went to the room to her.
Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
She said she left on Monday.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
Is it exactly as she left it, the room there?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Was there anything else there?
No,
The truth, sire.
What's Ruby like?
she's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
So why do you think she left the bullet in there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
I may have a possible explanation.
Aye. Do tell.
Could have been an exit plan.
Exit from what?
The world.
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
Said deep in thought.
She really believes that.
Yep. Does she have any technical equipment with her, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape millions she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
She may simply have kept the equipment elsewhere.
Alright, so where'd she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, ma'am. We are persistent.
Further up the coast we go.
Are you sure you'd rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The failed electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
She's a good girl, just a drug dealer who may or may not be involved in the murder, that's all. Alright, is this where we finally find the stairs? Slit in the concrete here, a sewer.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth.
What's in there?
Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
Hey Kim, any idea what's down there?
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here.
Think we might find Ruby.
We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. A
Alright.
partial sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building.
But not in there.
I hope not.
Thought we'd be going in there. Damn. Okay, so let's go to the mural.
You see, a once bright mural. A slogan used to intertwine.
This is all the same.
with the roots a
Step
long
closer.
time. Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical, you only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Well, I'm not gonna get that shiver. Ooh, okay. Thank you for all the checks. Found the jacket, death notification, discovered the anomaly, established the nightclub, confronted the pigs, reconstruct execution, heard Legend's true story, found the empty trap. Wow. Okay. Listen to the wind.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
What's he even attempting to do here?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city. Whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas? A prayer of sorts. to Rivershore.
It could be anywhere. How do we find her?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least.
Yep.
And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I
Uh-huh.
know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
Okay, and if that fails?
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Well, we know those 3 places. Here, there, there.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
Alright.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning?
Looking for a suspect? Have you seen anyone suspicious here?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
Alright. In terms of the people that are here, it's really only this guy and then the people in the church.
Always my pleasure to be of.
Or not? Okay. Search the church then. Hey, what's this? Could it be inside? Well, we don't know. Head up here. Talk to everyone in the church. We'll go north to the bunker, see if anyone's on the peninsula. Just there, but again, you never know with the game. Might be adding people. No one's out here anymore. No. Alright. Because again, we know the lawyer chick went out here, but we looked for her the other day. She's not here. Again, since we're doing story stuff, there might be a new NPC pop somewhere.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Can I not ask them about seeing her?
Good morning. Yeah. Hard up.
I guess I can talk about that. That was a crazy sound I heard before.
Yeah. It was awesome and scary. Very hardcore. Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it at all.
What happened?
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme.
Inside your chest, the heart beats still with the after effects of the sound. Imagine if you could harness that power, making it pulse.
Anything we can do about it?
Oh! I don't know. Maybe someone can do something with this. I imagine this is the sounds that the future could make.
Sounds like the future could be even more hardcore than I ever imagined.
Yeah!
Alright.
Yes, what is it?
Damn, with this fucking pail. God damn it. Alright, have you seen anyone suspicious, like a woman named Ruby?
What? No. No one's suspicious around here.
She has not seen her, sire.
Yo, man. What's on your mind? Dead body? Spirit entered? Sure.
Nothing.
Welcome back.
Have you seen a red-haired woman around?
No,
Just no?
it's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
Teenagers skulking around. Gang members looking for a hole in the Union's defenses. Maybe Ruby too. But she wouldn't be able to tell from here.
That's good. No neighbors to complain about noise when you get the club going.
Exactly. It's our chance to turn the grim desolation into an overwhelmingly fun dance party.
And this guy's not here anymore. Yeah. Alright. So we'll go to the bunker northern peninsula area, and then obviously now we go back to the Shivers. I think that somehow has been like messed with or whatever.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
Could this structure have been used to take the shot?
From here to the whirling? I can't see how.
Yeah.
The church is in the way.
I figured we'd ask. Not seeing anyone or anything. I mean, again, there was that campfire that was here. That could have been her. Or anyone. Alright, well, there's no one else to ask. Yeah, I mean, I've searched the coast. I can't interact with anything else. We did the fishing village and all that. We asked the homeless people. We looked all around here. There's nowhere else for me to look in the coast. There's no people anywhere. Yeah.
The once bright
Alright, Shivers
mirror
again.
towers above you. Suddenly, there's a sigh, carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where's it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
What's happening?
She's down there.
I think she's down there, below this building.
Okay. Why?
We've looked everywhere else.
Right. How do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
There's a ladder next to the sign. Perhaps we can climb it? Kind of beat up.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force.
I don't know why we have the fence as an
Climbing
option.
sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Good. Alright, so now we have the fence, finally. Or that. Oh, okay. I even see that. It looks like it's elevated, but I can see it's not. Obviously, it's on the ground. It's a drainage pipe.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotting boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into the felled building? A building like this must have multiple doors serving various functions. Perhaps a basement access.
Look inside.
Your eyes slowly begin to adjust to the darkness inside the drainage pipe. The lieutenant looks over your shoulder.
What's in there?
A thin layer of snow gleams inside the pipe.
What else?
As your eyes adjust, you see some trash. Crumpled up newspapers, cigarette butts. Someone has half-heartedly spray-painted skulls on the right side.
And
nothing. Broken glass from bottles thrown against the walls of the pipe. A syringe.
Can we get inside the building through this pipe?
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, it's highly unlikely, and not without risk to our health either. However, the pipe suggests there may be an entrance to the basement around.
Pushes the reeds aside, looks around.
The lieutenant's face lights up. He doesn't usually notice these little things.
And it's right here. A maintenance door.
That's better.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one. Oh yeah. Big boy time. This needs you to put your back into it.
God, physical instrument. I can only put one more point in, and unfortunately the thought is a -1. I think I already have my physical instrument gear on. Thankfully it's a check I can retry. I already have physical instrument there. Electro, pain. -2 physical. I mean, that's a lot safer than fucking climbing the ladder and dying. Because I know that this ladder's all rusted and shit. There's no way we can get past that. Well, we might as well give this a try. And we'll try it every time we spend a point. I mean, it's going to be a low % chance regardless. I have no other options here. I don't know why I can't break this fence. Like, that should be an option. Now, granted, I mean, who knows if that's a way in, but I can see I can get behind it, and then maybe we can see something back there. Yeah, it's not an option. Oh. So what are we doing with this door again? Because I can try to equip a piece of thing, see if that gives us a plus something. Are we just breaking it down, or what are we doing with it?
Behind the pipe.
Pull the door apart. Pry bar?
Behind the pipe.
I don't think it's gonna matter, obviously. I could put the gun in my hand too, but we don't want to scare her. Again, we have to try.
Behind the pipe.
28% chance. Let's try to pull the door.
Rusted shut. The metal doors are heavy.
No
and
shit.
The flaking rust hurts your palms. But together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in.
Good work. Shall we?
Yes, we shall. Alright, well. I mean, I was ready to spend those skill points. I'd have to. I really didn't want to use that ladder. That's going to fucking fall apart and kill us. Cha-ching. Get my flashlight. Furniture last century, brought down and forgotten. So you can crawl into that. Okay. +1 suggestion. I like that, but I have gear on right now. Or empathy and hand-eye, yeah. Suggestion I do like though, obviously. Like we have -3 from thought. What's the other thing? Wait, what? Oh, because of the -1. Also +1, which is interesting. That's then not shown it's a +1. But it's -1 from that one thought, but then +1 for the whole psyche set. Oh, you see it right there. Okay. Ooh. No one's slept in here for months, maybe years. Okay, here's a thought from that. Revolutionary's hat. Let's see what the thought is.
This hat is so soft, so warm. It wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory.
This is Ishaka, right?
Kraz Mazov would have worn this Yushenka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not,
this is the communist thing
wearing
we said
this
no
hat
to.
has made you more communist.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just verifying.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush off the dust.
Years' worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope. You shudder.
Look him, it's Comrade Mazov.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago.
How long?
Half a century? This was probably part of the network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted.
What's all with all these secret weapon caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Yep. Could be connected to the Mazov bust we found in the student's room.
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected.
Yeah.
Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
Because someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
Yeah. Alright. And we can exit through the debris back there. That may have been, like how if you went from the ladder down. Okay, she was definitely here. You know what? So let's go check out what was this way first, because it seems like she's in here. This again, probably the way through the ladder. But if I can see a sniper's nest from here, that would really help me, especially if I'm questioning her. Ooh. Oh, postcard, alright. Gust of wind. Height feels dizzying. Port beam's been destroyed with artillery fire. You know, it is very windy here. But also is a really good spot for a sniper. Okay, I thought they were like trajectories and stuff. They're just like drawings. Yeah, the wind would definitely be an issue from sniping at this distance. Obviously, you try to do it on a least windy day or something, but you don't have that choice. You don't have that choice, but you need someone who's an expert. And it is very interesting they're using an antique weapon. So if she was involved, which I don't think she is, she would have to have been like the scout. I'm extremely confident it wasn't the point blank shot like they claim it is at the moment. Something in the air, unnatural buzzing. Louder, the buzzing sound.
There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp. A strange tingling you can almost smell.
Lieutenant, do you feel something?
No. What do you mean?
A pain. Strange tingling.
I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh.
Yeah, I saw them too. Footprints with the right sole worn smooth.
Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully.
What do you mean?
Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do? We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the Union will destabilize.
They're telling me this is the point of no return, okay.
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace, and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
How bad do you think things could get?
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
Well, now that we know Everard's plan to take the harbor, maybe we should tell Joyce?
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. It's dangerous, but...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
And there might be more to talk to Joyce about.
Yes. There won't be time for that once things go down. Matter of fact, I don't think there's time for it now, but...
If you must.
What do you think's waiting for us out there?
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not.
Yeah.
Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Alright, manual save. So again, in terms of, quests here, most of these I can't do. The only ones I could do is, just this drug lab one, and then the race enigma, which I'm not doing. And the drug lab, I am not going to Everard to confront him, just like we haven't told him about the, soup that we know about, or the gun we know about, or I should say the bullet we know about. So this is where we start talking about, like, you know, the other thing we could do is, again, I could tell Everard. I'm not going to. Why? Well, partially because we manipulated him enough to, again, he actually trusts us and think we were helping him, but both his tasks that he gave us, we conveniently, well, the first one we failed for not doing in time, so we didn't even have to do it. But the second one, we totally had the signatures there, which we actually got from the homeless people. So we screwed him over. So by me confronting him right now with this information, would then show him that we don't actually work with him. Now, how much does that matter at this point in the game? Probably not too much. But at the same time, there's nothing positive to gain from that. At this point, we have all the info from him that he's going to give us. I don't think he's going to help us with anything else. So I'd still rather have that manipulation on our side. Because if something goes down here and he finds out about it, he could still potentially help us out because he thinks we're helping him. So I don't want to burn that bridge yet. And then there's the whole Joyce thing. Where we could go tell Joyce. Joyce is, of course, we have the Union, and then we have Wild Pines. Joyce is with Wild Pines. So I could tell her about Everard's plan of, you know, staging this revolution, if you will, to take over the docks for himself. Once again, he did say I could tell her in like a mocking fashion. But again, doing that would betray this fake trust I made him instill in us. And again, it would benefit Wild Pines to know that he's planning on doing that. But there's not anything they can do about it because this is a legal in the sense of like police matter. They can send like, let's just say lawyers and shit. Okay, that's not going to do anything. The police and like, you know, the authority figures are the ones who have to stop this war from breaking out. So telling them won't do shit. In fact, they might send more mercenaries here to make it worse. So we're not going to tell them either. So we truly are done. We don't need to tell Everard, reveal our true selves to him. We don't need to tell Joyce because we get nothing to gain and probably some stuff to lose from it. So, yeah. Let's go. Mark this as being seen. Bam. Bam. Pipe. Money. Okay, we have plenty of skill points. What's this check? Feels strange. A camera here?
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
Cover your ears.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
Are you going to kill me too?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
I saw your equations. It's the ULAN frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Sounds like she knew someone who used to man one of those stations. But she won't tell you about her. Boy, you're one empathetic police officer to have guessed even that right now.
Damn.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
This goddamn Pale anyway.
The Pale? It's the end of the world.
How'd you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too, as she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
Have you experienced this compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
This is great and all, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
Could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Damn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but she can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this.
Yeah, I mean, unless I level up pain threshold, which I can't even get that high anyway. I can get 2 more, which would put me at a pretty decent percent, honestly. Let's see. How'd you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets in your floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
He didn't rat you out, by the way, the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find to my back.
You're desperate, aren't you?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
It was your girlfriend. She cracked.
Nah, she didn't crack. She's a survivor. If she told you anything, it was to save herself. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Your own boys told us you were on the coast.
My boys?
Yeah, the ones you poached from Titus? And Titus himself?
What is this? I thought Titus and I had a decent collegial relationship. Oh, doesn't even matter. How can they be my boys when they're not even my friends? Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people who people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I opened him up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them a little.
Honestly, I don't know how I did it. I just stumbled. No. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
So I missed a chance to try to break this thing, but I wouldn't have done that anyway, because I guess I could have spent the skill points, and it would have been a good chance to get it, but I feel like if I fail, I'm going to run up to it, and she's going to shoot me. So, damn, even if I would have had like a 70% chance. But I probably would not have done that again. Like, I wouldn't want to get shot with that low chance of failing. And even if I do knock it down, she can still fucking shoot me. You have a gun.
And?
Can't quite tell what kind of gun it is.
A knocked-away 80 front-loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
That isn't it.
That Merc was probably shot from a distance with a military-grade rifle. Otherwise, everyone at the Whirling would have heard the shot downstairs.
Where'd you get it?
The gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Doesn't sound like a real store.
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
You have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
You collect old rifles?
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
Alright, there's other evidence here.
Yeah, evidence.
Did you leave any flowers for Klasia?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
Hey, yes, we are here. These weren't just flowers, they symbols of revolution.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
Was that pity? For you? She sees you're grasping for straws here.
Klasia was mourning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
So you didn't leave Maybelle's?
No, I did not.
Alright. Would you say Lily was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
Questions?
I'm listening.
You have an alibi for when Lily was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
No one takes a 15-minute leak.
Look, fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
She speaketh truth.
Our investigation has shown 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
There's a secret way from the first floor to the roof.
Don't know it, but also...
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one
I know. This is why I don't think it was from the roof.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
This is why I think something different than the game's making me think, but okay. So you're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
He did, but I'm lying for him. You're a criminal. Can't trust anything you say.
That's your prerogative.
And you had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union. I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
And yet you're threatening us with it right now.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
Uh-huh. Well, let's take a step back then.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Happened Sunday night. Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
If she's been following the case, then we should be good here.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Did she seem high to you?
Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before.
See, now this is two people who tell you she was super high. Talia said she was high because she'd seen the body first. But Klasia herself said she wasn't high. No, actually, she did admit to getting high before she went down there. Okay, I was just trying to put, piece it together, because I knew she was high, not too high, and then he was killed, and then she got, really high. I said to get the order, so now this is all consistent. Okay. So Klasia said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How'd you manage to come up with a plan so quickly?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Huh? Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. To fake lividity.
Uh-huh.
Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boy.
So they're both blaming each other for this, but the thing is, I believe Ruby, because Klasia was a spy. Now, that doesn't mean she happened to know, all this info, but a spy would probably know a lot of this info, and they would be able to think on their feet pretty quickly. So I definitely believe that Klasia was the one who came up with this idea and all this stuff. Now, the question is, what does that mean? It still could have been someone who murdered him and she doesn't know who, and she came up with this plan to not get herself noticed. Or it means Klasia was involved in the murder. Either way, I totally believe Ruby.
Klasia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
That's bad that she'd be so calm.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
You think she killed Lily herself? No, because it was from a distance.
As I keep telling you cops,
I know, I can't help it.
No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried the lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill them, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
There it is. So apparently, I am one of the corrupt cops.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with a disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time.
Puta Madre, I heard of him. Dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
No, it's a real question.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
Interesting, this might actually be why I was sent here, because La Puta Madre told them to send me here.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat.
You know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there?
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
I have no more healing.
Keep calm. Breathe in. After the pain recedes, it's a little clearer.
Now again, I have a good chance of passing this, and I could level up and do this. But I'm not going to do that. Even at 97%, which I can get just by 2 skill points, we have 5, so it's easy enough to do. That 3% failure, she could shoot me in the meantime. But more importantly, even if I do succeed in knocking this down, she can shoot me in the meantime, or she can shoot him. Best case scenario is, I run to this, knock it down, she tries to shoot me, Kim shoots her. That's best case scenario, but the problem with that scenario is, we don't get any info from her. So, there is nothing to gain, other than obviously losing health, by knocking this down. Because I don't see a way where she does not try to shoot me. So I either get shot, or she gets shot, both of which are bad. So fuck it. I can't take it anymore, just go. Don't attempt to destroy the compressor. This is a calculated decision.
Glad to have been of assistance. Best of luck to you,
Now she's gonna leave.
Revishal's a bitch.
Yeah.
The woman runs past you and disappears into the
There might have been
darkness
other
of the
options? Oh, well, too late. I didn't even think about that.
All things considered, that could have gone worse.
Didn't we go after her?
No, I don't think she did it. She's someone else's case now.
Yeah.
It's too late now, anyway. She's gone.
What now?
Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right into a trap like that. This isn't going to look good in the report. Her tent. Maybe there's something in there.
Alright, well, I definitely believe her when she says that Klauscha came with the idea. And again, Klauscha is a spy, in the very least. We gotta figure out what the fuck's going on there. But again, in terms of the choices I had, I don't know if there are any more choices. It sucks if there were. But again, I'm not saying video game-wise, but, roleplay-wise, I really think the only outcome of me charging this, whether it succeeds or not, is bullets being fired. And yeah, there's a chance that if Kim shot her, maybe she wouldn't die. But like, I feel like it was too much of a risk. So yeah, now she's gone. We can't question her anymore. But again, in my eyes, we wouldn't question her regardless. Either I get shot, and thus I don't question her, or she gets shot, and thus I don't question her. So whatever. Yeah, sometimes the screen does look like that. So I don't think that was it, because the very bottom option was the proceed option, and that's usually the last option in the choices there. So I'm pretty sure there was no other things there. So I don't know what else the other thing would be. Oh, thank you. +3. Oof. Because that's, we used like 4 of them or whatever. Eight. Alright. I don't think I need to change gear.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
Yes, I did get my gun back. I did. Yeah. So I mean, again, that's why I thought when I came in here I could have had my gun out, but I didn't want to. But even then, with all that distortion, I would not have taken the shot, nor would I have asked him to take a shot.
It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out.
All right, look inside.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
All right, shine on the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine, it's a leather notebook.
Let's take the notebook.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately.
Yeah.
Like, right now.
Yeah. Okay.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously.
Alright, unwrap the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What kind of logistics here?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
Alright.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
So what kind of diagrams?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them. Staff issues, always tough on the leadership. You smell traces of betrayal.
How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
Alright, so what did she write the day Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this, loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
I think I can reread this and do the logic check again. But I mean, I can understand it myself anyway. Loyal to her fault. That's why her talking about staging the hanging. Except, which means like there's one time that she wasn't loyal. Which might be involving this thing where she's saying no one's indispensable. Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Alright, read March 9th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching.
Yep.
But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head.
Yeah,
while I'm napping
that's what I
in
thought
my
she was
lorry
thinking.
Or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call?
The call?
The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake.
I don't know. Look at me.
Whatever you may look like, you don't feel like a hired assassin.
Alright, read about March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened.
There you go, that's
He'd
when she
have to
betrayed
know
someone.
If he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
So she was saying she's loyal to her fault, talking about the hanging, except in this situation where I guess she was working with La Puta Madre, and he threatened her, and she betrayed him. Interesting about this whole hear his voice in the receiver, taste the plastic. Was she like gagged or something? She might have been gagged when he was like talking to her with a phone saying, you know, if you betray me, I'll do this to you. Had someone like roughing her up or something. Alright, what's the most recent journal entry?
The most recent entry is from today.
Oh, wait, I think there was the other option was read more. Oh, well.
Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
Yep.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
You didn't do it, then maybe it's good we didn't catch her.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that.
I agree.
We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Winda's. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Speaking of, you really think I'm his agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it.
And who do you think killed the merc?
Could have been Titus. Then again...
No one heard the shot.
Maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet, who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
God. Plot thickens, and we still don't necessarily know who or why, but we know Clausia's lying to us. I don't think Titus is... I mean, at this point, what would Titus have said? He didn't really say anything that's a lie anymore. He did not say anything that's a lie anymore. We have to ask them if I'm his Yone, and return to them. Now, I went up here. I didn't see any kind of thing for bullet traces. I thought this is where we were, going. Yeah, we're gonna have to ask around to people with knowledge. Yes. Definitely some, people who say they have knowledge. We'll see. It's already up here. I'm gonna look again. I really thought this is where we'd be looking here for this whole, check boardwalk for bullet traces, but not seeing any kind of prompts for that. Alright. Up here or anything. Okay. That away now. Yeah, I want to go, ask about that first, because I feel like when we go to the Whirling Rags... Honestly, I feel like Colossia's gonna be gone, first of all. I feel like she's just gonna bounce. But it's so crazy, we keep getting all these, like, twists and turns, and we're finding out all these lies, but... really, like, in terms of the most important thing, who did it and why, we still know nothing. Absolutely nothing. We just know people keep fucking lying to us. Oh yeah, she would never do that. Just such a classy person. Alright, I've been everywhere to trigger this, like, boardwalk thing, right? I really thought it was going up there, but... yeah, I've been everywhere else. Whatever. There. Am I not, like, right next to it? Oh, maybe I can't fast travel. That's fine. Either way. And technically, I'm just gonna go, like, along the coast right here, which we haven't been to for a while, but they said boardwalk, not coast. Yeah, alright. Let's see.
Stop. Now. It is time.
For what?
Crisis. Death. You can feel it in your blue soul.
Oh shit, what am I supposed to do?
Be prepared. Make sure you have your pepper box in your hand.
Oh shit.
Your fingers reflexively reach for the Villiers 9mm.
Oh god, the tribunal. I'll fight, oh yeah, I'm not sure if I'm ready for what lies ahead.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Oh shit. Save my one bullet. Hand-eye coordination and reaction speed. You know what? Fuck it. Bam. Bam. Reaction speed and hand-eye. Hand-eye's at 7. I don't think I need to go to 8, hopefully. Aim threshold. I have the gear, actually. I actually have the gear that has hand-eye on it. The one thing I have. Either that or reaction. Whichever it was. I only have one gear, and I have that one. This would be like a sneaking thing. I don't think we necessarily need that. I could go authority to assert myself. Oh, composure. Dude, do I just burn all my points right now? I might need them for other checks, though. But I do feel like composure is going to be pretty important. I know, like, dump the social skills. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just not going to think too much. 2 points in composure. And we'll have 1 point left, and maybe even another, because we only need a little bit more to get that. I mean, if we're getting ready for battle, obviously reaction speed and hand-eye are most important. But keeping a steady composure seems pretty important, too. Let's see. There's another reaction speed there. But I want perception. Interfacing. Don't care about these. Composure. I'd rather have, again, perception. Composure pants. Or physical instrument. I'll think about that. Just going through my options here. Alright, so composure or physical instrument? Physical instrument. Yeah, exactly. Never know. Physical instrument. Ability to use your muscles effectively. I mean, it's more so a physical check. You know, this is like, you know, breaking doors and stuff. So composure, I would think, would come more in handy here than physical instrument. Because if it comes... I'm going to say it this way. If it comes down to me having to get physical with them, I'm going to lose that regardless. At 4. So fuck it. We'll swap that. Now, I'll lose the sneaky thing too, but that shouldn't really matter at all. Alright. Yeah, they have power armor, exactly. They do have power armor. Ooh, well, it's too late. Because that's where this would come in handy. Finding a weakness in their power armor. Oh well. I mean, I could take it right now and read for 3.5 hours. And I totally could. I'm not going to. Because I guess I'll use the term power gaming. I feel like that's power gaming. Now, if I had known this was coming like in story and whatnot, I would have done that. I assumed it was coming, but I never really knew when. If there was any kind of hint that this was about to happen, other than literally right now, it's going to happen right now, I would have taken that. Ooh, what's this? We have 2 checks.
Holding
or whatever these are.
feels
Oh,
natural
nice.
and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
I think my hand recognizes it.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official, cop by the book, should know to only unholster their service weapon when using it is unavoidable.
Kind of a good point. I have to think about that. Yeah, going to the cave.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
There's a lack of magnesium in me.
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
I need to mag it up?
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form.
Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
I would like to go there and just stock up on some healing, but I feel like once we go over there, it's going to trigger. -1 shivers, no shakes. Important to supplement your body with magnesium. Tired? Mag it down. Down, mag time. Liver damage, maximum mag. So mag is what they called healing in this game, so the thing you use to heal. So that might increase my endurance limit or whatever. Maybe electrochemistry, but obviously, first of all, I don't have time, and second of all, I don't think I'm gonna want that anyways. You got it at the start of the game. Alright. Now I have a real thought here. As my hand-eye told me, do I go in with my gun in hand or not? Because if I go in with gun in hand, I become the aggressor. But in this situation, obviously, we're dealing with mercs who are ready to murder people. But this is a pretty... Actually, this is important. Okay. I just convinced myself not to have this. I mean, it was kind of... I was debating it already in my head, but I just convinced myself not to have it because of this. We know the merc was shot. They don't know that. The other mercs don't know that. They think he was hung by these people. So they're going to kill these people for killing their brother, if you will. There's a chance, now I'm not saying it's a high chance or whatever, but there's a chance that I can talk to them when they're angry like this and tell them, hey, guess what? They didn't kill him. Yes, they hung him, but he was shot by somebody. Now, they're still going to be pissed, but I'm hoping that I can kind of share my information with them and kind of calm things down to the point that I can then act in other ways. So I'm not saying I can talk them down, but I can slow them down by talking to them, which will then hopefully give me and or Kim other options here. Exactly, having the gun out might ruin my chances, yes. If I'm going with this potential talk approach. Now, if I didn't know about the bullet, obviously I wouldn't know about the bullet myself or the character. I would definitely go in with the gun. I can't say definitely. Again, I was already debating once I heard that. Do we go in with the gun or not? Because that makes us the aggressor, but they're already aggressive. You know, it's kind of it's a decent debate there. You didn't, and you didn't have a gun. So it definitely would have been a decent debate of whether I should go in with the gun or not, knowing that I'd be the aggressor, but they're also aggressive regardless. But now I have this important information that could potentially, again, not stop them in their tracks, but make them think for a bit. Yeah, definitely not.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Alright, who is she? We have not seen her anywhere, or at least that we know of.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up. You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
Say nothing.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kypt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Alright, so we never met DePaul. I can confirm that. Now I'm curious if I could have met her somewhere, because I could not find her anywhere. Now, it could have been like an NPC you couldn't talk to. But yeah, we did not talk to this chick.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses.
She is not helping.
You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street.
Oh my god, she is not
This
helping.
isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
What an idiot.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Also, first of all, they're not wearing helmets, so bang bang could just kill him outright.
Peaceful.
But we're not.
nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Oh wait, are they wearing helmets? Is that this dude? Who is this that was talking? That they're saying masked man.
Fuck, there's a third one.
Okay.
How did we miss something like this?
There's a third one. Oh my god. Could we have found that out somehow?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
Okay, so yeah, the big one is the mercenary at the gates, the scab leader. Well, we knew that, so we didn't meet the other two people then. Okay.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
Alright. We're out of time. This is...
The Mercenary Tribunal.
That's what we do.
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
We do. Stop. This is the police. I am the law.
Get lost.
Oh, that's him right there. Oh shit.
You cops had your chance.
That was like a snowman.
Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backward. So I think he might be drunk, like she was saying, which again is not a way to de-escalate, but he might actually be drunk.
I think he's calmed down a bit.
Pig, fuck!
Say nothing, cross my arms for now.
You're probably gonna get killed too. I think I'm gonna kill you. I didn't think I had it in me to kill a cop.
To your left, you hear the lieutenant cock his gun.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man.
Long rifle?
You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons.
But we didn't say it was ancient, or I keep saying ancient. Antique. It's not an ancient gun, it's antique. There's a difference.
Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out.
Yep.
Get under his skin.
Unnerve him, yep.
I don't know about this getting under his skin. He'll only get under yours.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to do that anyway. I actually want to tell him the truth.
There. This is it.
Look at that. Dude, we just passed his composure check by leveling it up. Hell yeah. It's paying off.
Peace. Always peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that.
Wow, I have a really good chance at the talking about the hangman and a decent chance at the shooting him, which I don't want to have to do. Alright, so who is that? Didn't know you had a third guy.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Howen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
All of you cunts inside out.
Killer.
The gunner. The raddest. The killer. What do you think he does?
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19,
Count them.
20, 21. About 50 little stick figures. All of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men served in Seminai, the native islanders.
I think he kills black people.
That's right. Plenty of kips here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it.
Easy. Easy now.
I would say, listen, they didn't do it, but that's kind of what I'm hoping this is going to be for. Alright, come on now. Don't fuck me with this. 92%, which we failed quite a bit of. Oh god. Talk about the hangman.
Dangerous.
Okay.
Ask about him first.
Thank you.
You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
So who are you, Cordy?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click, softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you. like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenay. The dead man's name is Elise Courtenay. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers.
Yeah, because he was a foster
put
child.
into a foster home, remember?
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. You're all sentenced to death by lead.
Sean Connery here. Wow, I can insult him. The dead guy? No. But Nightown 41 really happened, didn't it?
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your shit pipes, right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Laley knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen, because Hayseed Bill and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first.
But Courtenay, I know that name.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Raoul Nellis. Sorry about your brother.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
And then went to the same military academy, same unit, same war.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
I don't want to... This is complimenting Lely, saying everyone said good things about him, but I know the response is, alright, well then why did they kill him? And that's gonna piss him off more. If he was such a good guy and they killed him. So now, we're done here. Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise, I will find this killer.
Find his killer. Cop, his killer stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here. Today.
Big talk, but you got him to admit he's a bad leader. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Enough for me to shoot him, but again, I don't want to do that. God, think of an argument. I can level up rhetoric, no problem, though. Alright, so listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did?
Damn. Well, I'm not gonna accuse Titus, Ruby, me. I don't know. But yeah, it had to be. It was someone else, someone who's not here right now. That's the truth. Now, Palacios might be involved, but someone was sniping him. I know that for a fact. So it wasn't Colossia who fired the bullet. So it was someone else, someone who's not here right now.
How fucking convenient.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
And interesting, I can accuse one of them, which, he'd be the likeliest target, but I have no evidence for that. Other than the fact that he has a long-range weapon, but we don't know what. He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it.
You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now, huh? How about the kid? Tell me, it's a magic fucking sniper one more time.
I have the bullet.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
It sucks I can't show him the bullet. Alright, I need the level logic here. So this means I won't get the other check. So I can put a second point in logic to make this an even higher chance, and then try the 1 point check into rhetoric to think of another reason. That would put me at like 58% chance for that. Or I could just dump it all into this. I'm gonna let RNG roll here. 72. Come on. Think. Why doesn't he believe me?
The Hardy Boys confessed to hanging him, all together. Titus said, we took him out back and hanged him. He said it loud, in a public place.
Listen, he was shot. He wasn't hanged. Listen to me.
You're lying. DePaul heard it.
A Kiel Model 40 revolver, 8 rounds in the barrel. The gun slowly sways in his hand from the inebriation.
You heard wrong. She and these men have been helping us find the shooter.
Hanging was only a cover-up. Listen.
Fucking liars.
Pulls the trigger. Who do you shoot?
The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something. The young woman stands and looks behind her. The shot has flown over her head, crashing a small pane of the glass window behind her.
Because it is dangerous to say it was a cover-up, because that still implicates them in doing something shitty, but they did something shitty regardless. I mean, we have to say that.
I missed.
Not true. He purposefully over-aimed and shot the window. You had him second-guessing himself, only for a second. Do not assume he will miss the next time.
I know what I heard, Corty. They said they killed him. They said it was a good way to end a Sunday night.
That's bad. You need to stop arguing now. This won't be won by talking about the case. They don't care.
Why can't I show them the bullet? I feel like this is a major missing option here, which is rare in this game. Again, this might only be like the second time ever. But like, this is huge. I can't show them the bullet. I can ask about Classia, but it's not gonna do shit. Alright. I gotta level up rhetoric and take a 58% chance check here to think of an argument. Use my last skill point. Fuck it. Come on. Think of an argument.
Alright.
Okay.
This is an illegal tribunal. Crenno would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Huh. Just to be clear, are you officially in charge of this unit after the death of your colonel? Colonel does not give you the right to conduct a tribunal, or you were called down well once. What happened? This is an illegal tribunal. Colonel would never sanction. No, it's definitely who's the commanding officer, because he's already doubting himself. You were called down well once. What happened?
What always happens when you get good at your job? That name meant night raids. Fucking extrajudicial funky time, burned villages. Shit that sounds bad on the radio. The same thing happened when we were called whatever the fuck it was. Probably won't be called Crenell for much longer, either. Not after this shit.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun. This did something.
So we have to. All this was just to level up that hand-eye check. So I could talk about Classia, but that's not going to help the situation. I would like to know where she is, but it's too late. Like, it doesn't really fucking matter where she is. So I either can shoot him now, but we have these two here, or stand there and hope nothing bad happens, which isn't going to do shit either. This really sucks. I really feel like it's the missing option of us showing them the bullet. But there's no way out of this. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I definitely think the White Pines rep does not approve isn't going to do shit. And I feel like calling them drunk. I guess calling them drunk could work. And even if it gives me a -1 on this, it'd still be a high enough check. It's just I didn't want to insult them, but at the same time, I guess if I can say they're drunk and I can convince them that their logic is flawed right now, I can already see their argument, but I don't think there's too much of a negative, so fuck it. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment's impaired. You'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
God. Again. It really looks like there's no way out of this. Fuck it, I'll just get the rest of them. I mean, at this point, I don't think there's much more negative. Like, telling them the rep doesn't approve. Yeah. I don't want to use the term angry. They're going to be, they're not going to care, and they might be slightly insulted, which again is too strong of a word, but I don't think it's going to be so negative that they're going to be, like, upset about it. They're going to be like, well, fuck it, this is our business, not theirs. Which, again, yeah, they're going to be aggressive towards me, but I don't think any more aggressive than they are now, so fuck it. Wild Pine's rep does not approve.
You think I care what that company cunt
There you go.
thinks?
He isn't just boasting. He really doesn't care. Back out of this now, or it'll get bad.
Alright, fine. I agree. I can't tell him he's out of control. That's gonna really fucking make him go nuts. Although, there's a small chance he's already questioning his leadership. That could make him question it more, but like right now he's drunk and he has a gun, he's angry. Telling him he's out of control. And then calling them innocent people, same thing. He's drunk and angry. Yeah, I can't.
Fucking waste this fuck!
So where the fuck is Classia at?
Who the fuck is that?
Glacia, the woman upstairs, where is she?
Okay, this might be the option here. Oh, come on, please.
She left!
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
We should have arrested her.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this.
Yep, so our only options are to shoot, which will then engage in a shootout with everyone else, or stand there and hope nothing bad happens. It's a lose-lose. First of all, we should be shooting that guy. But then again, I mean, it's not really going to matter. Oh, I mean, again, I can't... If it was just the two of them, I'd be much more likely to shoot and hope that Kim shoots the other one. But there's three of them. Best case scenario, kill two, well, there's still one more who's shooting. Standing there quietly isn't going to do shit either. I just really want to be able to talk my way. Oh, I don't know why I couldn't bring up the bullet. And it is kind of video gamey in the sense that I see this check here, and I'd feel really bad about not taking a check. Because it seems like, you know, that's where it's like, oh, there's a check, I should take it. But obviously, this is the game where you don't need to take checks. It's all about what you want, and this is so hard. I don't know. One option I know is bad. The other option, like, so shooting, I know is bad. And this one is probably going to be pretty bad, too. Yeah, and then what if you fail it, too? Yeah, at the 3% chance to fail. God, I mean, unfortunately, I can't convince myself to shoot. Both these options are bad. Both of these options are fails. It's just that there's a very, 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 very small chance that standing there quietly could potentially do something if they let me talk more. But again, the best case scenario, no matter what, when you shoot, there's going to be at least one guy left, if not two. It's going to be a bloodbath regardless. You had different options. Interesting. Yeah, I'm kind of boxed to a corner here. I really feel like the game missed out on giving me the option to show the bullet. Even if they dismissed it. Like, I don't know why I'm not showing the bullet. And that kind of pisses me off. So, as much as it pains me not to do this check, there's no good outcome here. Whereas there's probably no good outcome here, but fuck it. Stand there quietly, hope nothing bad happens.
What's the matter, loincloth?
This sucks.
Mouthful of dick. Think I'm gonna fucking spare you?
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Come on. Kill me and you'll never find out who killed your colonel. I've been withholding information.
Rude. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His
Yeah.
hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
He's wearing the armor. Kim's gonna shoot and we're not gonna get shit done.
An Easter AR-FA-7, built for taking out light armored vehicles. It will devastate you.
Okay, 72% chance to dodge. The most important check.
You leap left. A swarm of lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric.
Not gonna matter though.
Feels like the lightest of tucks.
It does not matter. I mean, there's 3 of them, and they're all aiming guns at me, and you can't shoot them. Stop shooting at me.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot. Watch out. To your left. DePaul is about to take a shot too.
Yep.
At Kim.
God, please.
He aims face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. He has to. The rifleman will fire at you again.
Okay.
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Did you shoot her? Did she shoot her? Okay, he definitely killed him. Oh god. Dude, this is awesome. Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a
That was
puddle
Glenn.
of blood behind you.
Sorry, Glenn,
His
but...
mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood
Oh
gushes out
no,
of them
Glenn
like
was shot.
red geysers.
Ah.
Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Well, I mean, I could try the 3% chance. Obviously, any percent is chance to succeed, but... It's if it didn't say squeezes the trigger, I'd say, hey, there's a chance of me looking him in the eye, but... Again, if I had those skill points, it wouldn't even matter. Reaction speed's already maxed out at 6. The only way to win this is with a roll of 12. I should take the 3% chance. Obviously, there's no reason not to. But I just want to look him in the eye. I know. Well, the thing is, if we shot him first, Kim probably wouldn't have been able to line up the shot to kill that guy. Because if I shot him, he would have shot me, and I might not have been able to dodge in time because I was busy aiming at him. So then Kim would have shot and missed the eye shot, and then she would have shot Kim and killed Kim, and we'd both be dead, maybe. But again, I should take the 3% chance. I don't know why, but I just want to... I want to look him in the eye.
A look of happiness. His eyes seem unnaturally bright, shining like stars. Something in the fear must distort him somehow. He is evil, and the end.
Yep, they all ran.
Here it comes. Death.
Oh, I do have a 3% chance. Still, alright.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark. A distant blur as you recede into it.
Now, it's interesting it's saying something in my pelvis explodes. Not my chest, which he was aiming at. Huh. Listen, through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background, you hear gunfire shatter glass, and then a man in pain. A familiar sound. It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle.
And of course, the thing is, we took out the guy with the armor. These two had no helmets, so at least there's a chance that they can shoot them in the head, but clearly they're not.
He's not gonna make it.
Touch my lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there.
Oh, God.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
Try to open my eyes.
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
What is that, Kim? Is Kim alive still?
You're bleeding out.
There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there.
Stay with me.
I can't forget it. Even when I drank so much.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
Yo, this is so fucking good right now, man.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And a cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A shadow towering.
No.
Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
Come on. Hand-eye coordination or more than likely reaction speed.
Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Come on, don't fuck me. No! Kim!
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips. Your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream.
Bam!
The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim. And the whole world.
Fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
And we're in the moment. Let me go into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep.
Still alive.
And rotting. And being disinfected. And smelling of drugs and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved.
Come on.
There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Oh, yeah.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
I will say, though, again, Glacia wasn't here, and Kim mentioned, oh, we should have arrested her. But, first of all, based on what we went on, we didn't really have enough. But more importantly, even if we did arrest her, she still wouldn't have been here. Important to note. And now the argument is like, okay, but maybe you could have gotten the truth out of her. But my argument is, we had the fucking bullet. And they didn't let me show it, so I kind of have to use the video game logic versus roleplay logic here. But if the video game didn't let me show the bullet, they probably wouldn't have let me said anything that she said. And more than likely, back into roleplay, again, she wouldn't have said anything at all. So I'm totally fine with not arresting her. Both, you know, in the moment when we didn't have enough information and all that, and even after the fact, it wouldn't have helped us regardless. I feel like. Obviously, I don't know, but I feel like.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
Yeah, the bullet is really bothering me. Again, I'm not actually sure. I feel like it's like I'd say there was a 60-40 chance that if I showed the bullet, they would have stopped. Or at least, you know, again, slowed down. But there was still a good chance that even if I showed the bullet, they wouldn't care. Because they dismissed a lot of stuff. But again, me saying he was shot, they dismissed it. Me producing the bullet starts making it more tangible. So it kind of sucks. I don't know why we couldn't show the bullet there. That's literal evidence, physical evidence that they can see that isn't anyone's story or lying. Now they could say, hey, who's to say that bullet was actually from the body? Okay, but still. Like, yeah, it's the most logical thing to do. Yeah, I did an autopsy.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
I'm alive.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with a fan above his head. Was this a dream? Because I'm not even injured. What'd you say, Sunrise?
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
My gun, it's engraved on it.
Cops like it.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out? I think we were on day 4 or 5, so like 2 or 3 days.
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Wow.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under-the-counter bad.
What happened?
What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't attack first. They did. The major gave the command.
Then?
As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
I dodged.
Then I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. Glenn did not survive.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in the hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
Titus is dead.
Yes. You were bleeding out. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm the Major before he got a jump on me.
Disarm?
Thank you. Although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed the Pole, though. And that's what happened.
And the Major?
He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured. We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
Titus is dead.
Yes.
How many casualties on the Union side? Total?
5. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus.
That's...
all.
Total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead. It's not a success.
6 or 7? Definitely 7, though, because of the woman and the other.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet.
Yeah, and it says 6 here, but yeah, he said 7, and it is 7. So it's interesting. Now, I understand, like, you know, when you're thinking about your own injuries, he's like, oh, my pelvis, there's something shattered in there, I can't feel anything. Like, yeah, that makes sense. You're freaking out. It's okay. I'm just more curious about what actually happened when I got shot. Because he was, like I said, pretty much point blank. It said he aimed at my chest. So I guess I just got really lucky with however he shot me, wherever he shot me.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercury.
Yeah, that's nothing. I mean, I mean, I don't know. It says reasonably bad, but me not knowing anything about, you know, any kind of biology or whatever, but I feel like the outer thigh, that's a pretty good place to be shot. Can I walk?
We will see.
If it's possible, then by pure willpower alone, you are going to have to become a psycho-locomotor.
Am I a psycho locomotor?
Good. You'll need to be. Whatever that is.
Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving.
Yeah, they just fucking left.
The man lights a
I was wondering where they were during
Jean
this.
Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky. Back to that shithole, he says.
So they just happened to not be here during this? Isn't that strange they weren't here?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd, and you haven't seen any?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
So if not my station, then who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
You hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the Major beating me with the butt of his gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
Alright, let's get up here.
Easy now. How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Gefreiter.
What happens now?
I honestly don't know.
Good, because I totally do.
Do you? Because we can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
He's gone?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone, and Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
So who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hangman?
I don't know. I think the theory you presented, it's someone else, outside our circle of suspects, was right.
Yep.
It's better be. Everyone within the circle is either dead or gone. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Flowers were interesting. Someone checking her out. Footprints. But the hole in the wall, someone's checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
But the footprints.
Yes. God cursed the footprints, not solving the case for us. Au diable.
I mean, there was the chance the shot came from a distance.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
See? There's that. You can do ballistics.
And the antique bullet from the Belle Margrave? How hard could it be to find one? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
There are all these old bunkers and weapon caches, Revolutionary era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
But they seemed so mysterious.
I can't believe they're fucking useless.
No need to be melodramatic.
Alright, you know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Hard.
It really is very hard.
He sounds surprisingly weary.
Not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics.
Yeah, we should check out Class's room upstairs.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Well, the current new window shouldn't show anything, but again, if there's like glass shards elsewhere. Door's open. You can walk right into Kim's room. Oh, really? Oh, wow. He has a shitty room.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
Thanks for keeping this thing alive a little longer.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
It's surgical equipment and medicine for me. Alright, so obviously, inspect the window. Got another skill point. Maybe if we don't run? Is that really a thing? Slowly walk. Left something on the table. A note to us?
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
Could this could be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
He says he's not, but his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
Seems like she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
Do you have our normal gear on? No, the pants. I swapped something out.
The medicine cabinet is empty. Not even a toothbrush. Pity.
You clean this out?
Mm-hmm. She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Yep. Drugs first. Red thread made of nylon leads out of the room and onto the roof.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
Okay, so that's going to be giving us the line here.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Uh-huh.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
Where's the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof, B triple prime.
The place we haven't been yet, okay.
The island in the bay.
You trying to tell us it came from the island?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
Yeah, totally normal party girl stuff to do ballistics, yeah. So how'd you know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know.
Uh-huh.
The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her.
I don't know. At this point...
What difference does it make?
Yeah. So this is the location we have to get to.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem unenthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Maybe we need to go to the island. Kim, let's go. Nah, we're not gonna say that. I'm going to the island. You in?
Of course, of course. I mean, how do we get there? Joyce Messier had her sloop, but she's gone.
So I was thinking, Lillian, the net picker.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Alright. Not that much, but I'll verify there's nothing outside here. But I mean, her gift was the trajectory. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Go to her. Go to this island. Then it's crazy how we still have like no info on who the shooter was or why. There's nothing. Not even the slightest hint. Yeah, that would have worked. That would have been nice. Now we have to talk to people on the way out to see they react to me. A hero. Also, it didn't heal me, damn it. I'm gonna stop at a drugstore and buy some healing since we have so much money. Look who's not here.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. Defended may be putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view of you doing nothing to stop those psychopaths. Then I crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
Yeah. Alright, so where'd everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad.
Alright, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a bad actor.
It really took courage. Don't pick at him.
Just nod stoically.
He nods back at you, even more stoically. Just two badass men nodding stoically.
Damn right.
Make that three. The lieutenant is nodding too, hands crossed.
3 stoic nods.
No problem.
Alright. Last remaining.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man clenches his fists.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Huh? What?
Yeah, see, they're gonna say because I didn't shoot him, but again, I don't even know. I still feel like if I shot him, the other guy would have shot at me, and because I was busy, like, you know, shooting, aiming the gun at him and all that, like, I wouldn't have time to dodge it, which means I would have been shot, which means Kim would have tried to shoot the guy, and you wouldn't have lined up the shot, and you would have missed. Kim would have been shot, both cops dead, and they're all there to be murdered, so I still defend my choice of intentionally not taking that high % chance shot, because even though we would have made it, the fallout would have been potentially worse.
Our condolences for your losses.
Is Lane okay?
Does he look like he's okay?
He does not. His unshaven face is almost grey, and he reeks of piss, sweat, and booze. While still alive, he has abandoned his own body to decomposition.
How badly was he hurt?
He wasn't. That's the thing. Titus, Theo, Dennis, Angie, they're all gone. But he got away without a scratch.
There's nothing left. Nothing.
He has lost the will to live. It's survivor's guilt. He feels like he should have died with the others. He may kill himself if he doesn't find a new purpose, or else go on in this way. Not dead, but not really living either.
It's tough, but you need to get off your ass and finish this.
What?
Crennel and Wild Pines, all the people responsible for the death of your friends, just gonna leave it like that?
Sons of bitches.
Was this really the best idea? I guess you may have prolonged his existence a bit, if he can still remember this when he sobers up.
If you think this will keep him from offing himself, I'll make sure to remind him. So far, I've just been pouring whiskey in him to keep him sedated.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now that Titus is dead?
Titus is fucking dead.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys.
You two just gonna go back to hauling containers?
No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now?
You? Eugene?
Me? No, man. I'm not a leader. You know, Titus only recruited me because I play the guitar. Said the team could use the morale boost.
If any of them had leadership capacity beside Titus, it's him. Keep encouraging him.
You can do it. Eugenie Boys has quite a ring, doesn't it?
What? Fuck no. If I'd stay, we'd keep the name to honor Titus.
Noble thought. You're gonna do alright. No one's born to lead.
Titus was, but thanks for the vote of confidence. If I don't stick around, it's all over. So, I guess I sort of have to now.
Yeah, man. You know, you got this. You got this.
I haven't got shit, Al.
There's something there. A germ of determination. He knows he has no choice but to rise to the occasion. This is not completely ludicrous. Him and Titus were the only detectives of the bunch. Titus more, but Eugene at least knew how to think along.
Alright, so any idea what happened to Classia?
Damn songbird of misery, that one.
And do you have any information on this songbird of misery?
God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything. Oh yeah, he said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
She's gone. Face it.
Yeah.
Move on. There's no catching her this time around.
Yep. Alright, well take care.
Yeah, you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight. Matinees owes you one.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I will. You take care of yours.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily, it passes.
Huh? Smoker friend?
Hi again, gendarme.
Nothing new. Alright.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Let's go. Go get some, again, medicine first. Ooh. Bonjour. Zesseri. Can't read the rest of it. I know what it says anyway. De retour. Près de toi. Would not have happened if you were a mag-based life form.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
I was gonna say. Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for a masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
No heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way. Safer.
I'm tempted. But no. Although anyone else might do that by accident, and, you know. Yana. Everyone else is gone. So which one of these is the medicine? I think it's the one up top.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
Wait, yeah, no, those are cigarettes and alcohol, so it has to be this one.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with
Health
various
plus
medicine
1,
bottles,
plus 3.
nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Alright, get the plus 3 health.
Here, I hope Saint Baptiste makes.
And morale.
Here, I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Fuck it.
Okay.
That's just what we stock
here,
up because
here,
who cares?
I hope
9
Saint
plus,
Baptiste
9
makes you
plus.
feel better or something.
Actually, I'm gonna heal, and
Okay,
bam.
Here.
Alright, nice. Spent like $10 on healing. That's all we need. Okay. Too late to take breaks. Save. I wonder, you know what? Since I almost misclicked on this, curious if I radio
Inside,
in.
You see a set of
If there's gonna be like any kind of
steering wheels,
dialogue.
a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Precinct 57, we've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim, Kitsuragi, and I.
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Crenel. It only happens when someone mentions the attack. The rest is unaffected. Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
Interesting. Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between 3 armed mercenaries and 8 Union men, I hope. I don't like it either, but that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer.
Yeah.
For now.
Did.
You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay. In the cabin, you see...
Alright. Wind shacks.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
She sounds almost disappointed with you. Reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
Yeah. Got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
You didn't only get shot.
I dodged the second shot. Can also get not shot.
Well, good for you.
I have questions for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Oh, I was wondering if that could be a +1. That's alright. When you get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
What's on that island? Nothing, just ruins. Used to be some kind of fortification before the war for the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed the bits in the landing. Haven't been there myself. Well, that means that might be where there were some working guns.
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
Yeah, so who has been there?
My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the revolution against coalition forces before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Kids.
The twins. God forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
Be my guest. They've a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there.
Aye, aye, Captain.
But can we borrow the boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. And no joyriding either.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Aye.
Not attentively.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you.
Well, thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Alright, gotta go in from the south side. Gotta question the kids first.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Hey kids, you've been to the island, right?
On that island?
Yes, that one. I need to know what's there.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And we make a fire. We make a fire. Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
Putting bullets in the fire, definitely not the best idea.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
Shells?
I don't know what those are.
Alright, so where are you next?
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Fire guy.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off.
Someone lives on the island.
No. Yes.
Let's go with yes.
Why is he the fire guy?
Because he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he have to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
Because he doesn't want to be found. Smoke traces.
Anything you can tell me about him? His age? Does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He just yelled we shouldn't be there.
And you mentioned something about lights.
I don't know.
Oh, I forgot I was researching a thought. Oh, that's my date of birth.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
Yes.
Interesting. Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me?
There's
Lights. Fire guy. We should check up on that island.
Alright. What's this?
Date of birth generator. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor, where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go, and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago.
That's
you
not bad.
are 44 years old. The bloating might never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years.
Here you
You
go.
still have some hope.
I'm not that old. Bonuses. Logic cap up. And -1 difficulty to all physique passives. Yo, that is awesome for someone who doesn't spec into physique. Although it's only passives to be fair, so it's not actives. I will say that. But still, that's still pretty useful. Now we're at the end of the game, but okay. No negatives. Some good positives here. Cool. Not that we really need cap increases of these, but that's good. Yeah, go to the island and light that on fire with a cigarette. I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to light it. Although, again, it is dangerous for someone else to light it. But honestly, like, realistically, if it was like an alcohol or fuel-based thing, the fuel would die off pretty quickly. So it still could catch fire, but, like, it'd be like a quick poof, and that's it. Like, so realistically, this isn't really that dangerous to anyone, and within, like, maybe a couple hours from when it's laid down. So we're not gonna do that. Alright, go to the island. I know there's a guy here. Can we ask her maybe about the lights? Probably not.
Be careful out there.
Alright.
A
South
skiff
side.
with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Yep. There's nothing else that we need to do. You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sad FM on the way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
I hope we're not actually doing that. Although I guess it's not going to matter because they're going to hear the boat engine anyway. So if they can hear the radio, they can hear the boat engine. Get in and ride. You know, there's a guy here. And we are doing that. We actually are doing that. Yeah, and I have the streamer mode engaged, which means no licensed music, so I'm sure there's some other music playing. We still have some playing right now. Very slow boat. And it's taking a while. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're in a dock 2 right up here. Fish. Take a quick fishing break, that'd be fun. Schools of fish. What is this? Oil coming out? Like, yeah.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings, A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
Yes. At the edge? Yeah. Alright.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
This leads to the depot in Land's End.
Ah, yes. So it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
Yeah.
As a defensive measure, locking off that side of the bay.
Lock from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Yep, makes sense. Inflammable. Linking trace of mazout. Some fuel leaked out of the barrel. That's the fuel dripping down there, which is then going down that way.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
What's that flutter?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter?
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just the light movement of air through the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other, like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
To the west.
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
East.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers.
Up ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Below the silence.
A jitter. A sound impatient to happen, but not yet in this world. You hear some kind of limb fidget, producing an imperceptible tick. No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
Of course not. Kim?
Yes?
Momentarily, the sounds are swept away.
Oof.
Pain shoots up your right foot and into your groin.
Damn. That was a -1 because, I mean, in a good way. It lowered the check by 1, but I still failed it by 1. Stupid pain threshold. Pretty silent on this island.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
Listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Open your eyes. Stop listening. I see him. It. All right. Didn't need it, but let's equip the flashlight anyway. It flaps. Put all this stuff first before we interact with actual objects. Clearly someone's here. And ton. Plus hand-eye coordination shirt. Ooh. Physical instrument, which is a weak point for me, versus hand-eye, which is something that's good, but at this point I think we're good with the level. Although, if we're dealing with the shooter... Again, we are injured, so physical instrument... I mean, we're getting pain threshold checks, but like physical instrument might come in handy too. I don't think so, though. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah, go ahead and put on what we got here. Give me more... Where is it? Hand-eye coordination for potentially bad stuff happening here. 2 empathy at the cost of composure. Scarf, which would be neck. The 2 empathy or inland and volition. I'll take the 2 empathy. Although, isn't empathy like what I'm like really fuck? Yeah, empathy's 11. That's a little high. I mean, unless we get like the biggest check, like a 20. I don't think I actually need that. So you know what? No, we won't do that. We'll go back with that. That's one thing. We don't have a lot of neck things I care too much about. Shivers is nice, but mine is too physical. I could go drama. Either drama or volition and inland empire. I'm gonna go drama. To detect lies. So we're gonna be hopefully finding this person, talking to them. Alright, let's look at all this stuff.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife, widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Conceptualization. Oh, I have it. Yeah, +1/+1. So I can get 2 conceptualization. I haven't found anything else with conceptualization because we've been doing that a lot. We only got a few new things. I mean, yeah, doing that, but the check's still gonna be pretty
Soft
low.
covers, serialized
58? I mean, I might as well, because I don't
stories,
think I'll get any other gear for that.
Adventures, a magazine for electrical engineering.
So,
and
does anything
an
else stand out?
international thriller. Oh yes, under
Ooh.
the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly light reading.
Give him a book, Left Wing. I have no comments, do you?
Ouzia. Humanitarian sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West anymore.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist student's room?
Student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
It could be that kid. I mean, that's the only connection we have, which is nothing, obviously. We need way more than that. Critical theory books. What do you think this means?
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Oh, I mean, he was a school kid. College goer. Maybe. Don't remember what else we found in his room.
Soft covers, serialized.
Okay, so this is all the magazines. Alright.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
Not recently.
A flash of pain interrupts you.
Goddamn pain
making you
threshold.
wince instead of letting the words out.
I might have to level that up just for this.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
No.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Fuck it. Fuck it. Bam. Don't think about it. We did it.
The greasy old...
The offer still...
The bed is quite inviting.
Nothing else. I just making sure. Hopefully, if it's that same check which we've gotten twice now, we'll pass it. It's something
An old
else.
cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Wait, haven't you heard this before?
Where do the wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere?
What kind of generator is it?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout. The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter.
We knew a couple people who knew wiring. We know Suna, who is the programmer. We know Ruby, who we just dealt with.
The lieutenant pauses. Something
even more, I'm
seems
forgetting.
to be pecking at the edge of his concentration. He gives you a sideways look.
Long and cold.
Time is favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter, long and cold.
There's no time to dwell on this moment. You've got to keep moving.
Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What's this mean, a generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
I mean, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
If we pour fuel into here and turn this on, it's going to alert them that we're here. But it's also going to power some things up. It's a risk we have to take.
This old cylindrical... The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
Okay. Nothing else in this room to mess with. Oh, what's this? All the way up here, do it. Okay, because I have to go all the way up here. Come on, go. No, it's all the way down over there. Okay. Down below here. Oop. Twin cannons. Alright, I go out this way or the other way.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
My fingers cross the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this, then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Turn emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks.
Nice.
A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
We'll go that way first. Because if they haven't interacted with the keyboard in a while, then that tells me they probably haven't open the blast doors, but I don't know.
After you.
What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
What if we get into another fight?
Don't worry. I have a gun.
I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Now I don't know which way I want to go. You know what? Let's just take a peek at what's out this direction. I'll keep the flashlight out. Who cares? Oh, wait. Water rushes below. Far below. We got 2 secret objectives, which were to get the fuel and then open that. But I want to look out here first, because I have to try to guess where the side area would be so I don't progress. Ice cracks under your feet. Stuff up there. We don't want to progress. Hopefully this is all side stuff. Yeah, because I feel like, yeah, it was like too obvious that we had to open that. Is why I think that's where we're supposed to go. I don't know where I got the first fuel canister. I must have had that for a while. Artillery map showing coordinates in the bay. Medicine cabinet. There's something up there? Okay, grab it. There you go. Well, I guess I didn't need to buy all that stuff, but again, I have so much money that I'm not using. It doesn't really matter.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like 2 eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Check the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri. Contemporary Revacholians prefer Juan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Older men, the same type of men who would be using the antique weapon. It's all the same brand of cigarettes extinguished at Land's End.
Could be a coincidence. Or the same person has visited Land's End and here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Check the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
That's the concrete.
Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation. A tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
Left. I mean, nothing.
A towering skyscraper. Its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
More importantly, to the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two...
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Clausia's room, in the rain, reflecting light.
Motherfucker.
What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Him with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle? You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
Cheek against the cheek rest, hand on the hair trigger, on a calm day like this.
Him, I could make it. I could make the shot.
Good. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
Affirmative.
Finally.
In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many leads pointed elsewhere.
You're right.
He looks north, over the fortification, then at the mattress. He's conflicted for a second. There's guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
On this island.
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
"We should move now."
Alright. Yeah, and I want to go in that bunker, so I want to keep saving in case I accidentally progress. Oh, good. Alright. I think we're, at the end. Perfect. Few eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say from where. Alright. Through the bunker here. But first, I'm going to save and then go to the bathroom. See if we can finish this today. Never know. There could be like a whole lot left. Another twist, but we'll see. Right. Continue. Just the exit. Alright. It'll be outside. We saw the exit when we came in the first way. And we don't need a flashlight, but screw it, just keep it out. That. Where was that? Small white flowers blossom all around you. I don't know if it's the same white flower that we got. It's not supposed to bloom at this time of year. Dried Maybell. That could be just, the Maybell could be just irrelevant, or it could be a nice clue. We have asked a bunch of people about it. I could take my gun out. But again, that makes me the aggressor. I will say he's an old man. So the hope is that we're going to be more agile than him if he tries to shoot us. We'd have the advantage in the fact that he has a long-range rifle, which is harder to shoot at close range. I think we're going to go in without the gun. What, 2 skill points if we need them?
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Nice gun you got.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is it Belgrave?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Sinyao commune.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the board.
He's right. Almost no one remembers there was a third metastasis of the World Revolution in the Safre Empire, extinguished in 06.
Not white from the board, I remember it.
They wouldn't like hearing their name in your mouth. Damn dog.
I could tell him that my weapon stayed true to me as well and put my hand to the belt, but... I mean, that was a little aggressive, but not really too aggressive, just insulting. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move.
No.
Okay.
Put it down now, sir.
Okay. I mean, I understand that we could be doing that, and we usually should. It's just that I didn't want to, you know... I wanted to try and, you know, ease into it, but that's fine. I'm okay with this.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
It triggered somehow. I wonder what happened. Yeah.
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
I'm gonna pick it up.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times.
Inspect it.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangon, 4.46mm.
There we go.
Made in Sinyao.
So obviously we didn't know the exact gun. It didn't matter. It's just that was one of the examples of the guns it could use. But yeah, as you said, it's Triangon, made in Hisnyao.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
Yep.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangon, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
It uses a 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
Been patched and modified several times.
I wonder how old it is.
The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him.
Show the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorics. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years.
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in a resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
You've been hiding here for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
Steadfast.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
Couldn't give up.
He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where it's morning, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people are walking. The gas streetlights have already been switched off. Further inland, in Jamrock, the streets come alive with workers. Men, women, children rushing. Muddy avenue after muddy avenue. The temperature is rising. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil. Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
Who are they meeting?
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
Ah.
Always waiting.
Waiting for what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
I've been there. City's a tinderbox. It may still happen.
It won't. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
You say you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
Lapse of faith.
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took.
For what?
For reaction to take hold.
It wasn't reaction. You were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
And this was when?
May the 13th, 08. 44 years ago. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic.
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower, huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
What was that?
Airships. I climbed out into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
In what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
Let him finish.
I had to. I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwat. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
The used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
The landing? Retaking a Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Coalition military.
Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
So how have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
Well, it's a choice. You could have become self-employed, create the system.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
This is a serious situation. We need you to be looked over. We can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of... I don't even know what. Inferno?
Pan's about to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult, mentally, to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
Well, how have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the Thames. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How'd you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
The weapons cache? In the basement? Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belmer graves, right?
They were destroyed beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
Small bunker under the failed building. You stay there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves.
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question. Do you smoke Tia Moridi cigarettes?
I do.
Ever smoke them on the mainland?
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is a termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We enforce the law, keep these animals from killing each other.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce land. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But...
What?
This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Going straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
I'm gonna ask him outright. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill Colonel, the secretary contractor Colonel?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th.
Oh yes, that one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember.
The flower. He sent her the flower because that's what they did back in his day.
Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
What do you mean something about the tracks? I don't remember anything about the tracks, but I was thinking the flower. I don't need your cooperation. I got this, the gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Figured he'd be watching us.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. So he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you.
Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Dramatically ask, you think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good. This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
We've done the ballistics. Shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. You've been here a long time, Mr. Dross. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
View was perfect. With the pair of binoculars I could have seen in the room.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Almost. He almost burst out there.
Yep.
Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Alright, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes.
That's
the goddamn Maybells.
I was right, see?
The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
I knew it. Yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war. Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's
Oh, that's what meant by
bedroom.
prints. Okay.
Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal.
There were Maybells behind the victim's window.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too.
I wonder how he got the key, though,
spring
to
is
get
coming.
behind that door.
No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen those flowers anywhere else in Martinez. Only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was Snow White in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Curious tremor passes. A young woman called Klasia. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Klasia.
You know her, right? She had an intimate relationship with the victim, the merc.
With the victim.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Don't leave any loose ends. Get him on everything.
What brand of boots you wearing?
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa? Some shit.
Show me the souls, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
Black and white spiral pattern.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal pattern souls you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room.
But they're same
They
size.
do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the soul.
Maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
Duh, people change shoes. Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean you weren't there near the room when the victim died. Sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
So I can go one of two ways here. I can try to say this guy was good to make him say no he wasn't, or I could agree with him to try to make him say, you know, and that's why I killed him. I'm gonna agree with him. He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and
That was the admit
prostitutes
right
in
there.
your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
They just shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Just nod.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
And what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it, anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle's scope has the best magnification.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
You pull the trigger.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water.
Oh.
She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers.
Yep.
And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Some kind of hidden container on the coast. You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy. We should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take
I mean,
the documents?
She did tell us about it. She just didn't tell us where it was.
No. I put them back.
Interesting. Oh, if I
Why
would have
would
gotten
I
that out of
take
her, I
them?
could have taken that and
I'm not
maybe
going
she
to
wouldn't have been able
phone.
to flee. But oh well.
I mean...
Did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you can see her bruises through the scope of a rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
How do you know those minute details?
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body, any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip-point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the world in rags. Those were your footprints. You just changed shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
That too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
Yeah.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one.
You just took one,
and
okay.
I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
While he stands here and rots.
You saw through her? So did I.
You're delusional. There's nothing to see in the soul of the bourgeois woman. It's the same as the surface. Sick hedonism and desperation.
I'm not like that. I don't think like that.
No one gives a shit what you think. You and your cronies kill 10 working-class men a day. I've heard the statistics on Channel 8.
Well, I do think you had feelings for that woman.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
Is that why you left the dried flower in the window?
No.
Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
What was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
You wanted to console her?
Maybe. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Got the weapon, confession, and the motive.
That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
She got away, but she let us hear her first. She figured out someone was watching her from the seafront.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week, at the island, like she knew. She'd look, at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, snow falls on 40-story towers. Above them, Lusan Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the snowy sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
North.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Street lights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a sea fort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing.
So they were meeting with a special consultant, and they're coming here now.
He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him.
So they've been spying on me with the satellites as well.
Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then.
Or maybe not, okay.
I know this interesting little place. Where?
Maybe this is the chick's name? I don't know the chick's name. Oh no, JV. Maybe that's his last name. Either way, whatever.
As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder.
Yeah, that's her.
The crumbling fortification in the snowfall, like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this.
Anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Claire.
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Anything else?
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Oh?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on. feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
I have questions about this.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter.
Disco whores.
Whores.
Okay, you mentioned the Union is a social democratic and Mr. Clare's a farce.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
Interesting. Who's a disappointment? Everard?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation.
His brother?
The smart one.
Edgar.
Yeah, you mean Edgar.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base.
Interesting.
They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
So you talked to Edgar?
First against the wall with him.
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Suffer.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
Interesting.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
What was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What'd you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity, too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
He let you be here.
Let me be here? The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Did you kill the Colonel Merc for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again?
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something. There is more here. You can feel it. He was not outright lying, but almost.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that.
Yeah, I do have a lot of skill points if we need them
That
for
is
these red
not
checks.
A working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack, across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Just nod, whatever.
I remember
Don't talk.
him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today.
Fat and plump, like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me.
I'd like to kill him.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut
He is
around,
dead, by the way, Renee.
place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think. No, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him there lately. Must be down with arthritis. Old cunt.
Momentarily, he's worried for him. He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Alright, so I know there's a composure check that we need, so we only have 2 points for that. Okay, so that's good. So I can get some logic. We want 2 points of logic or just 1? Go 1 more. What was the deal between him and Edgar? Because this is pretty important.
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark.
This is what I figured. He helped them get ahead in the Union. So yeah, 20 years ago you met Edgar. Players didn't run the Union yet, did they?
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark bend.
Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name. Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder and a deal maker.
Was also a woman, wasn't she? Like Classia?
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
Then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
Smiles.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
No, I guess it was not.
Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is. The bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
How come?
Because the cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal, grasping her tit, and drowned. Or bled. Hard to say. It was a sloppy job, on a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins were black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her. And the ruins.
Shot her.
Someone shot her. Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is nothing changed. Not in the material base, not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words The Union fizzled, sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal. If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk. We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian. My days are short. I will rot away here, in a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night. Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
Glad? It's all gone.
I only have 2 points in composure, and that's still not gonna give me much. I'd have to roll an 8, but we're about to arrest him, so fuck it. Give me that 58% chance to assess his body language.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island.
Oh well, it was worth a try.
Seems surprisingly fit.
It seemed like he might resist or something, so we might have been able to stop him, but let's see. That's it.
He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say,
"Oh well. You are under arrest."
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
The sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting, and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Oh, you're right. I should have done the tests. Oh well.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended.
I didn't even think about that. It was a white check, yeah. I thought it was a red check.
By the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
Yeah, I would have done that. I was just going too quick, like, oh, fuck it. Oh well. Let's see what he does.
Do you understand?
So I think he's gonna lunge at us, and that's what that check would have stopped.
But...
Him, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
My last point. Wait.
There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other. But then, in the middle of it, something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin. A very small violin, made
I meant like
of
an actual
reeds
bow.
and rushes.
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Gosh, Kim, do you hear that?
What?
What are you talking about? Is this... really us?
Your skin crawls.
Something's in the... No shit, the fucking insulin whatever. Are you kidding me? The phasmid.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
The giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Him, can you see it?
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God.
Yeah.
If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Okay, wow. This gun.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Listen carefully. So I'm not gonna be able to approach because I don't have electrochemistry. Damn. Okay, this is the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open, extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Flash is loud. It won't like it.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear.
Well, the thing is, if the approach is a check for electrochemistry, I'm not gonna be able to make the approach. Damn. Because I know in the first option it was an electrochemistry check. I gotta hope it's not. Okay, fuck it. Let me approach it first.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Who cares what they think, Kim?
Understood. Of course.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you.
Oh well. At least we can review that and hopefully take a
measure
picture.
of the air, slowly.
Say something to it quietly. Something like, "Don't be afraid."
Nothing changes in the cyclical braying motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out. Beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning.
Alright, well, we have to take a picture of it. Fuck it.
It is.
You glance.
I feel like we won't even get the
Flash will
picture.
scare the creature off.
We need a foot.
From the corner of your eye.
Alright, take the
you
picture.
see, with the sound of metal sliding against metal, the lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide in an ampoule. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks. His hands sweaty around the machine. The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly.
I mean, I
Can't
do
just leave it standing there.
Oh,
we have
okay.
to do something, detective. It could be.
I do have electrochemistry gear. I mean, it's not going to matter. It'll only get me up to like a, at best, 17% chance. But I don't even think that's going to happen. So, all right, fuck it. 3% chance.
Almost trembling.
Approach carefully. Oh well, I mean, that would have been awesome though.
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone, like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror.
You passed it? Nice.
It's blending into the tufts of reeds in the distance, moving from islet to islet.
Where? Where did it go?
You never had a chance. There was something off the moment you approached it.
Oh, if I had the pheromone. Oh, man. Should have taken that pheromone.
I don't think it had anything to do with the ox spray. It was just scared.
There is uncertainty in his phrasing.
Whatever, you're probably right.
Am I? I don't know. I'm not an entomologist. Neither was the parascientist.
I mean, I think he would have been scared anyways, to be
thing
fair.
I'm sure of is...
Although maybe it would have looked at me and he would... Yeah, I think he would have gotten the picture. But it still would have fled after that.
We saw it. It was real.
It went north here.
Looks like he doesn't like to stay out in the open for long.
Tell me you got the picture.
He shakes his head in silence, an expression on his face that you've never seen there before.
I won't push it.
It's just a blur.
What now?
What now?
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect's not looking so good. We should check him over. Also, it looks like it has some kind of nest there. Maybe there's proof in there.
In the reeds, where the phasmid was hiding, you see a little flash of white. Pause.
Skips that. Alright. Okay, half-light, my suggestion. So there's the helmet. Damn. And a rifle scope? Okay. Yep, there it is. Well, that's good. That gave us the scope for the gun.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
How could you not see the phasmid?
Mr. Dras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing.
Snap your fingers under his nose.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What's happened to him?
Old age and shock.
Well, I mean, I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
You couldn't see it, Kim. It just reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dras?
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid stayed hidden.
Then how did we see it?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
You forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dras, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
He's been here for so long. Who knows how much of it is in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him, like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. They'll think we're insane.
Yep.
He will have to be very convincing and very sober to make them believe, sire.
Found some things in the Phasma's nest.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should...
You have the helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left, wherever he is.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
The scope.
I lost...
You lost it.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm gonna let you rest now.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal. The strength is all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Alright, the return. Turn to the mainland. I'm assuming there's not much left, so it's not worth saving it for tomorrow. We'll just finish this now. Because hopefully, all we gotta do is just... Obviously I can't fast travel. Go back to our boat. Yeah, we'll end it today. Did look and see. We do have this quest to sleep it off. What an appropriate time to sleep.
The greasy old spring mattress.
The offer still stands.
The bed is quite inviting.
Alright, well, just an hour, shut I?
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Curl up with your knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until...
Until?
You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Uh-oh. This must be a dream. Lieutenant's nowhere. Go outside to the beach. Yep, this has to be a dream. Go down the chain. There's something there. Into the water. You see her footprints. Oh god.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go? This is the holy queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. Win her back? How does that fit in here? And
I
what
wonder
is
how
the
it
Holy
fits in here.
Suzerain doing here anyway?
Something's off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my emotions.
She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
Say about half the scenes in this game, yeah. So where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now.
I don't know. I've taken responsibility for my actions now. I'm a new man, witty and normal. Oh, no. First we want to give her the figurine. I bought you this figurine.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
Thought you liked figurines. Thought the figurines were getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But they don't do anything.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all? But I thought the historic figure she had.
You like war games and figurines.
Yes, I thought it would be good. A form of communication where words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea. But she felt obliged by the headless found rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
Alright, I won't give you things then.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless fallen rider back then.
Taking responsibility for my actions. I'm a new man, witty and normal.
She doesn't know what to say.
So fucking normal right now.
Yes, okay. I'm glad.
I mean, I'm a moralist. The other moralist almost took me away on their airship. I'm not a broken, insane man who can't live without you. I know I made mistakes, and I've taken full responsibility for all of them. So you can live with me again if you want to. I'm better now.
It doesn't sound like you're better at all, Harry.
Yeah.
It doesn't even sound like you're a moralist. It just sounds like you want to win me back or something. I don't want you to try that anymore, okay? It's too sad. I need to go.
Total annihilation. We got annihilated, Harry. It wasn't about responsibility at all. It It was always only about you having no power at all. Over her, yourself, anything. That's why they didn't take you on that airship. You're insane without her.
They didn't take you on that airship. They didn't take you. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
You're... the morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant morning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
You're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
Glad we're having this conversation, getting so much closure.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
You know it's impolite? In signing a lieutenant detective of the Revachol Citizens Militia to eternal damnation.
I am impolite with you, Harry, because you are the past. Me and those friends will have good times together in the future. This is how human beings operate.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Second thought, you are Dolores Day. Nothing else.
Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh god, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
Oh well, let's try to kiss her. I know you still love me.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on. She is not kissing you back.
Not kissing me back.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
I thought maybe we'd wake up and we were trying to kiss Kim or something.
Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
That's it then.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
She slides her hands down her chest onto her lower stomach and smiles.
I'm pregnant.
Swallow.
You know what this means.
Is it mine?
Of course not. I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck. Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
No, this has to end. Do the last one. More questions. Ask more.
No. Guess we'll have to say don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
think at this point, like, he's understanding. There's nothing he can do. Like, he did everything. Again, I've changed my life and all that, and she's still saying no. I think he's understanding that, so it's... Alright. I understand.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
We ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
Yeah, I've made a couple prank phone calls on the boardwalk. How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum.
Yep.
Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
But this is intolerably bad.
Oh yes. This is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry.
Oh, really? I did it 3 times, and that was it. I probably would have done it more if I wasn't streaming, just because I would totally just sit there and listen to everything. But I kind of wanted to move on a little bit, but I did 3 calls.
See you tomorrow.
That's definitely a cool, if you want to call it Easter egg or whatever. Alright. Obviously, I don't know how much of that to trust. It definitely sounds like we had kids, or like, you know, she was
You're
pregnant.
quick.
But did she actually
well you
terminate
sleep?
herself, or what? I don't know. Let's get back to the mainland. It's the next step in the task chain.
Okay.
He's still worried. You must have really threshed and squealed in your sleep. ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
White star.
No, an upside-down star.
With its horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune.
Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
We just not get that on the way in, I guess?
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Alright, back to the mainland.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought him. What is that? Full Nacy? What's with all the performance gear? Are you back in high school?
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
You're the man with sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar.
Yes,
and
I
this
know, I
is your
figured that out a
special
while
task
ago.
force. Or what's left of it.
This is my special task force.
Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
Mm-hmm. What's this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else
So
entirely.
they're trying to help me with my
I
memory.
engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets.
Mentioning a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Where's my memory? Who else is in this?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Who's Guillaume Bivy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Is this Guillaume Bevy blonde and partial to sunglasses?
Be blonde with sunglasses like you were?
See? There. He's getting it. I was impersonating him. Look at me, I'm G-Bevy. It was going to be funny, but then you really did have brain damage. So not so much anymore.
He sincerely thought it was going to be amusing. For both of you.
What's the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
You let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson.
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
I said those things, not like that anymore.
Sure. You're not a superstar law official. Talk on the town is your Guillaume Le Million reincarnate. I know this shit. Nothing has changed.
They're duped again. No one's who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardener, scab leader, this? And at least you're who you say you are, Kim.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisuragi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
I don't really need to ask him these questions again in character. I know the game isn't letting me figure it out, but like I feel like the character has made these many connections enough to know who the fuck they were and how they knew I was here because they're in my precinct. So none of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, pound, and so on.
As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Drank so much I lost my memory. Now I'm slowly recovering it.
He is. He's getting better. And I can confirm that he drank a lot of alcohol prior to it happening.
I believe he drank. People do that, especially this one. What they don't do is forget their whole life because of drinking.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the Next World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I don't need to say these two. I don't think at the moment I'm ready to lead. I don't want to concede to being a line detective either, so we'll say what now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Fine, just stand here.
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove it in the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Got it right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Catch it.
Not today, badge.
No drama.
And your gun?
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
Ah, my gun's right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it.
Of course
You're
not.
drunk
You
like
think
a
I'd
bird,
lose my
Harry.
gun?
Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I quit drinking forever. It's only me in this boring hellhole now.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
None of this matters. My odor situation, it's meaningless compared to what I discovered.
What you've discovered? You let the suspect escape, a certain Glacier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave us a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh well, if she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts.
What?
That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
And where were you?
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
I also solved the case. It's solved. All of it.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not so sure.
Crazy.
He says disco about 20 times a day. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class.
Okay, that's not...
Which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
Okay, so again, that's one of the times where we like, accepted the thought, but then didn't, like, take it in, and it's counting against us. That's okay.
You should yell something.
No.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
Other still, he is also a full-blown fascist.
No, I'm not.
An ultra-nationalist, woman-hater, and more than a little racist. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, but he is vocal about both.
That's not true at all. Now, again, that's because, again, we have this, like, race theory thingy as one way of getting in there, which we didn't take. But we literally have the moralist thingy, wherever the hell the moralist thing is. Okay, that's weird. And I've never made a single comment in-game about being racist and all that shit either, but okay, whatever. Just take it up to... cue it up to the game being weird there. I don't know why they decided that over the moralist thing. You can discard? Well, no, you can't discard. You can only discard them after you internalize them. Yeah, I know the stats tell you which is higher. Yeah. So I guess that's what he's talking. Okay, I guess that is what he's talking about. Damn, by 1. But that's again, a lot of the times that the communist things went up wasn't even for like those type of ideas, which is kind of weird. Yeah, that's true, exactly. Like, sometimes I would accept the thought because I didn't know what it was, and then, we'd say no and not take it. But they're still counting it as me accepting it. I understand the logic. It's just that, again, in all of this, I'm a moralist, but as Pro's saying here, it is technically saying I'm communist here, which I can see that. I can see if they call me the communist, but not like the fucking racist shit, but I guess that is part of the... Well, no, wait, they said fascist and ultra-nationalist. That's not true at all. Fascist is 6. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Again, it's fine. I can roleplay that he didn't say that. We're roleplaying here. We can pretend he said the truth of what we said.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. Something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact.
I mean, this is what matters the most. Again, we can pretend he didn't say this. I don't really care. It's just, I'm just curious how they came across that as well. But whatever.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop.
And that's
In
how
all
I
the
wanted my
time I've
character to
spent
be.
With him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Okay, how about we don't talk about that, Kim, please?
New species?
No, no.
A colossal
We're not crazy. Damn it,
3
Kim.
meters tall. It's on the island, camouflage as the reeds. It unfolded from them. I did not, unfortunately, get a photo, but I believe it may have been the Insulindian phasmid.
Damn it, Kim, this is not helping.
I know this sounds fantastic,
Thanks,
but I'm
Kim.
a 4 times decorated lieutenant of the RCM. I do not make up encounters with cryptids to spice up my day. I am very, very sane.
I don't doubt you, Lieutenant. If you say it was the Insulindian phasmid, then it was the Insulindian phasmid.
Say nothing.
By God. Is it somehow connected to the case?
The killer did not seem to be aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
Yeah, the phasmid may have contributed to his mental state in some way over the years.
So it is connected.
We could order a search. I could get people from EPIS on the island, entomologists, doctors. There must be signs of it in the reeds. If we found the Insulindian phasmid, well, that would be absolutely exceptional. The PR value alone.
There, you need to make your case now. The floor is all yours. He prepared it well.
So I'm wondering, can we say all these things? I'm gonna go in the most important order, though. The killer, we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He wasn't quite sure about the straggler before he heard this detail. It must have convinced him.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something?
A strange psychosexual fascination. The result of spending all this time in solitude on the islands of this bay. And trauma too. He himself gave a political reason. In his mind, he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Doesn't look completely satisfied with it. Could have been a little neater.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop and you did a good job, with a lot of help from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. And none of this can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass. In time.
In the previous said the Union was assassinated by our killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where
Okay,
Evrard
makes
and
sense.
Darkler have ears everywhere.
And eyes too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related, for political neutrality.
This has to be good stuff for him to backpedal out of it at first mention.
I also found a missing dead person in the boardwalk.
Yes, yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How'd you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I don't need to mention the club or the Doom commercial district. Confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant.
Kuno is who Kuno is,
You
fucker.
snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I mean, at this point, anything is but the drink.
I didn't do the drugs. And since they actually care about the Phasmid's female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
He gathered items in the nest, the helmet and the scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Bowers are built by males of the species who can't afford colorful mating displays physically. This one was plain colored.
Oh yeah, it could have been a male, actually.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Just a hunch.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense, yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
Had mandibles that look like hair, completely white on the inside, or outside.
Yes, but also
inside.
colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. It's a toughie that you don't have a photo. This would look very, very flashy in the papers. None of it says vigilante murderers to me at all. Great PR.
I tried to, but I only got a blur.
Ouch.
We can still work. Cop discovers new species in there. I know a good guy in La Majeste, but only after the École Supérieure people find it. This cannot be done by French people.
It needs to be white coats and glassware for this fly. We need professionals.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
We're ahead. So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
I have a few questions before I go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Am I a dirty cop for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because a suspect seemed to think...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
I need to tell Len about this Phasmid ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
Zoologist, cryptozoologist in Jamrock. She told me about this.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Hey, nice.
Fine. if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible, even if we didn't get a photo.
She is going to be over the moon. Watch out, or she'll faint.
Yeah. Hey, Lieutenant, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
Yeah.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do it at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Again, he looked up to this guy, Price.
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
He's really considering it.
Alright, well, I'm ready.
Good.
Fuck it, let's go. Trump brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Might you lead to a second game? That makes sense.
The Great District hums in the slowly falling snow. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the white horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomac Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Am I a ghost? We're going through the door. Alright, well, there you go. Disco Elysium. Obviously, the game has, like, plenty of, like, perfect scores, very high reviews. And yeah, I agree. The game was absolutely amazing. Obviously, from the very second you start playing, like, you can already feel it. It feels different. The writing is so good. And then all the characters are just so well made, so realistic. I've talked about it from the get-go, but again, like, this is the most roleplay game I've played. Because there are plenty of RPGs where you play as a character, you make choices as the character and whatnot. But this is by far the most, again, like, involved I felt. And the best example is, in every other game, I would go through all the dialogue options to hear the dialogue, because I want to hear the story, the lore, and all that stuff, and then make my choice. In this game, there were lots of options that didn't, like, end. It wasn't technically a choice. So in other games, I would listen to it, but in this one, I didn't listen to that dialogue because it wasn't the character. Because even making little things like saying something insulting, which technically doesn't end the conversation, well, that could come back to bite you. You learn it very quickly. So it's really, really cool because it really is a legit roleplay game. So that in and of itself is extremely unique. The fact that in a good way, it makes you not do all the dialogue choices, which is so crazy to say. If anyone told me that, like, oh, it makes you not want to do all the dialogue choices, that'd be a negative. But it's actually a crazy positive that has, like, never happened to me. So the roleplay of this game is absolutely insane. Like I said, the writing is just great. The characters, their dialogue, the situations. It's just crazy extreme. Like, there's a lot of extremes in this game, with, like, racists and drugs and all that shit. Yet it's all somehow extremely realistic and believable, despite being extreme. There were very few people that were like, oh, hey, I guess we'll use the term cartoon. There were very few cartoony people. And there were a couple, but very few. Everyone was just so well written, despite being, a lot of them being extreme or what have you. So yeah, this game was absolutely amazing. It is a gem. It is super unique. Definitely would love to see a continuation of it. It can very clearly do that, like you were saying, with the war breaking out. Maybe we go to Jamrock as well. Many ways they can go, but either way, like, this is just such a unique experience. And it's crazy that it's unique in the sense that they do everything so well. Like, again, this game is essentially a point and click with some, like, 90% dialogue. Okay, so it's like mostly a visual novel with some point and click. So it's like, how is that unique? Because it's just so good, so well written, so well thought out. And once again, something I said in the very first stream, this game is essentially a Fallout quest in the best possible way, because the best Fallout quests have multiple ways to complete them. You can do multiple different things with multiple different endings for a Fallout quest, certain ones obviously. And that's this entire game. So many different routes to take, so many different choices. And you will fail in that instance, but failing always pushes you further. There's no failing the game. There's failing in an instance, but you always fail forward. And it's just so cool, so innovative, extremely hard to do. Again, Fallout is a good example. Excluding actual bugs in the game of Fallout, even just like quests and whatnot get bugged out, because doing something like this is extremely hard. And that's only for quests, for like 20, 30, 40 quests. They can't do that. This entire game is that, and there's like no bugs. It wasn't until the very end where I found like one major thing missing, and that was using the bullet that we found in that confrontation with the mercs. But everything else, there was just so much depth. It was insane. So, like, again, the amount of time and effort they put in this game is very clear. It's just absolutely amazing. So definitely a masterpiece, one of my favorite games of all time, very clearly. It was so good. I really enjoyed it. Obviously, highly recommend it for anyone who hasn't played it. And there you go. Disco Elysium, definitely worth all that praise. It is a masterpiece.